Talking about hitting the ground running. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're at the Kaagbaan where Suparna just took off. And KLM Cargo is going to be next. Marja, goedenavond. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Jan, Honda, Jendorsek, Peter, Martin Air Cargo, KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air, 747-400 freighter to Miami, Florida. The CKA, 22 years old, first flight March 2003. Well, hopefully that wasn't the highlight of the show already, but two 747s back to back in the first 2 minutes of the show. Saw them on Flight Radar, made a little haste, hope I was still in time. I think everything went well, right? In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys were in time to see the first two queens of the show, back to back, just now. Absolutely lovely. We're at Kaagbaan. It's overcast, a bit hazy. Though at the western horizon and southern horizon, openness is not too far away. Diverging departures are in progress, with wind still from the south-southeast like it has been for a few days now. Goods in abundance present today. When I was walking up here, actually there was a big flock here on the grass. They went back into the water. They dispersed a little, but they are still mostly here. Quite a few of them, as you can see. Right, well, two 747s in the pocket. Now, let's go for one after the other narrow body. KLM flight 1761 to Bremen. It's an Embraer 175 and an Embraer 190 to Leeds next after that. Hope everybody is doing well. So, luckily no fog like we had yesterday. It's a bit hazy, high moisture. We do have some clouds here. And practically zero wind. KLM flight 1019 to Leeds, Embraer 190. Trucks and buses galore. Walking up here, didn't see a single truck, didn't see a single bus, but right now it's action central once again over here. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Gilberto, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Patricia, goedemorgen. Marcus, goedemorgen. DB Wolf, goedemorgen. Dodo, goedemorgen. Dietmar, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Bas, goedemorgen. Sarah, Romeo Mike. Sarah, Romeo Mike. Stranger, good morning. Marijke, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Cas, goedemorgen. Jonathan, good morning, goedemorgen. So if you joined us only just now, you missed two 747s already. They departed back to back in the first 2.5 minutes of the show. Make sure to look that back if you joined us later. Right now we're waiting for the next traffic. It's looking like... No, wait. The flight to Hamburg will be going from 18 left, I think. Think that airplane is not going to leave from here. Here and there, bits of blue in the sky. I think what we are seeing over there is slowly creeping this way. We'll see. On ground level it is a bit hazy. Oh, and the flight to Hamburg is lining up at the far end of the runway. There it is. KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg. And an Embraer BA City flight to London City next after that. Eduard, goedemorgen. Jiha, goedemorgen. Well, lovely weather. It's not very cold. There's hardly any wind. The goods have gone. Well, no, I spoke too soon. They're not away. The ones over there are still here. That's Russell. Nippon is over there. And for months now, a FedEx 737 has also been parked over there. Don't know when that is ever going to go away. It seems to be stuck there for ages. This is KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg. And BA City flyer to London City will be next after this. Now, 2 747s we already saw in the first 2.5 minutes of today's show. Are we going to see more? I hope we are. I'm not sure though. Fingers crossed. There's the BA City Flyer Embraer 190. KLM BA Flight 8496. We have a Dreamliner coming this way. KLM Flight 749 to Bogota is coming this way. The first Dreamliner of the show, a 787-10. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who joined. Manzi, good morning. Mark, goedemorgen. Henrik, goedemorgen. Good morning. Henk Glimdag, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Sylvia, good morning. Peter K, good morning. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is William. We are at the Kaagbaan, runway 24, primary runway for departures. 18 left is also open. And if you joined us later than the very beginning of the show, you must have missed 2 747s already. The first 2 airplanes of the show, departing back to back, Suparna and KLM, both with a lot of wing fluff. It was lovely to see. Make sure to watch that on replay if you came in later. Just rewind to the very beginning of the show, and the first 2.5 minutes will show you the 2 queens. Thumbnail material in those 2.5 minutes with that beautiful wing fluff over the wings, engine inlet condensation. It was a thing of beauty. Okido, we're waiting for the BA City Flyer. There it is. Already airborne. In the background, the Dreamliner, the 787-10 to Bogota. KLM flight 749. Openness is definitely coming this way. You can see it's getting closer by. Slowly but surely. More open skies. Still hazy, luckily not foggy. Although I did see that there is thick fog like we had here yesterday. More land inward and more to the north. Then again, more to the south, things almost completely open. So there you go, big differences in weather on short distances. It seems that KLM flight 1175 will be preceding 749. 737 to Stavanger, taking Cheaters Lane. Tassilo, goedemorgen. Arnold, goedemorgen. Adi, goedemorgen kerel. Brody, good morning. DB Baseman, good morning. Pieter Petit, goedemorgen. So, for those of you joining us later, rewind, go back to the very beginning of the show, when it is calm, later in the show, or now perhaps. If you want to see 2 back-to-back 747s. The first 2.5 minutes of the show. Suparna and KLM Cargo respectively. Ample wing fluff. Inlet condensation. Meantime, Klaas, goedemorgen. Mate, what are you doing? Klaas Reinders, just now gifting 10 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for such generosity. That is really sweet of you. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. If you received a membership from Klaas just now, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. If you look closely, the latest edition, as per the suggestion of Wolfgang yesterday, has changed a little bit. Can you spot the difference? 34 custom emojis that you have at your disposal. When you receive a gifted membership, you'll have access to them for a month. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Klaas. Klaas, dankjewel. Thank you so much, mate. Stupendously generous. A747 guy, good morning. Super Eminent, goedemorgen. Simi, goedemorgen. Captain Harry is celebrating today. Captain Harry celebrates 7 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then hopefully as a regular frequent visitor. In the meantime, many more people are joining. Good morning, Adri, Nico. Bobbers, good morning. From Basler, good morning. This is KLM Flight 749 to Bogota, which is in Colombia, right next to
Ecuador!
Danny, goedemorgen. JP Ruiten, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who might have joined us just now. Rewind to the beginning of the show, the very beginning of the show. The first 2.5 minutes, and you'll see two back-to-back 747 freighters depart here from this runway. It was spectacular, a lot of wing fluff. Qatar cargo has just arrived. Boreas, goedemorgen. Dale, good morning. And Erik is also celebrating today. Erik 205CJ. Celebrating 6 months of membership. Still here in the lounge. 6 months, mate. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. If anything in the lounge is no longer to your liking, or if we're running low on supplies, let me know. And I'll see that I will improve the situation. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Eric. Hopefully in the lounge, but if not, that's also good. It's optional, it's not mandatory. But thank you so much, Eric, for the 6 months so far, and congratulations. Look away if you are gluten intolerant. The next airplane might give you the cramps. EasyJet, flight 2516. It's an A320neo. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, Ricardo. Hope all is well. Bits of blue, not too far away. Should be coming this way sometime soon. Razor, goedemorgen, good morning. Bram, goedemorgen. Night shift done. Time to unwind. Best to unwind with a rewind to the beginning of the show. If you join us later, first 2.5 minutes, 2 747s, back to back. Adi Roy, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again, mate. Up and away. In the meantime, now Eric also added Eric 205CJ, just gifting 10 memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity, Eric. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of Eric's gifted memberships just now, don't forget to say thank you to him and enjoy those custom emojis. Eric, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you're a member, you can use the custom emojis as much as you want, so feel free to do so. That goes for all members, new and old. Has anybody found the Easter egg? Has anybody found the Easter egg yet with respect to the latest custom emoji? Sarah also back in the chat. Good morning, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. Sarah just watched the beginning of the stream with the 747 takeoffs. Awesome. Yep. Absolutely. Highly worthwhile watching back. A lot of wing fluff inlet condensation as well. Absolutely lovely. Adrie, goeiemorgen. Casper, goeiemorgen. Jetstream Journeys, goeiemorgen. Is this... which one is this? Which one is this? Mystery airplane? Or is it? It's not showing. Rakete 88. Guten Morgen, Ariane. Christophe, good morning. Senna, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Full as well, there should be a Dreamliner up next. KLM flight 783 to BGI. Where's that? Bridgetown. Bridgetown in... Africa. I have no idea, but it sounds like it could be. Where is Bridgetown, or is that in the Caribbean? If I had to guess, I'd say Africa or the Caribbean. The more I think about it, the more likely I think the Caribbean is. Hey, there was a 74, yeah. Something up with Flight Radar, the airplane's all of a sudden disappearing, but that is a 767-400 in the background, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a rarity on a global scale. It's basically a stretch version of the 767-300 that we see a bit more regularly still, luckily, but also a dying breed. And this is KLM flight 783 to Bridgetown in the Caribbean. You live, you learn. Wings going up, still a bit of inlet condensation and wing fluff. Those big jets always deliver. Rodi, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Barbados, the Caribbean. Bob, good evening. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan. Runway 24, primary runway for departures today. Right now, one of two runways. We have diverging departures. 18 left also open. 18 left services the traffic to the east. And this runway sees that all the traffic from the west takes off. Matt, goedemorgen. If you join us later, it's highly recommended that you rewind to the first 2.5 minutes of today's show. The first 2.5 minutes feature two back-to-back 747 freighter departures. Was just in time, although I was planning to also renew the rubber bands I have on my tripod. Didn't get around to doing that. Feels a bit worn out. Let me see to what extent I can do that while in the stream, while live. Well, can't do much right now because next up we are going to see the 767 to Newark. United flight 71. 767-400. Globally speaking, this is a rare airplane. here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, we are blessed to see it relatively regularly. United always has a few bouts where they send the airplane over on almost a daily basis. The open skies are creeping in. It's definitely going to get more bright and sunny here soon, by the looks of it. Hang in there, guys. Hang in there, and while you're waiting for the sun to start shining, make sure that you check the first 2.5 minutes of today's show. Quite spectacular, if I say so myself. 2 747s back to back. Taking off here. In the meantime, doing the rubber band replacement right now. Next airplane coming this way is a 737-700 to Göteborg, KLM flight 1231. Melvin, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen, morgen. KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg, 737-700. New set of rubber bands, that feels much better, much more sturdy. Kilroy, goedemorgen. Gibba online, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Shamrock, flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland should be the next departure. I also see that there is another Dreamliner coming this way. KLM, flight 605, 78710 will be leaving for San Francisco. Going to San Francisco. All right. Fiddling a little bit. Replace a set of rubber bands. Out with the old. In with the new. Quickly back to the camera controls. Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland, on its way. The very first glimpses of sunshine were apparent just now. Won't be too long before it's going to get more sunny here. You can see sun is going to creep out from behind the clouds in a few moments from now. Looking all around me, it is already looking a bit brighter. KLM flight 1031 to Perth is going to be next, an A321neo. This is Faxi, Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray India, which began flying in June this year. If you join us later, welcome to the show. This is AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, Runway 24. And from this runway in the first 2.5 minutes of the show, there were 2 consecutive 747 freighters that took off. If you join us later, make sure to rewind to the first 2.5 minutes of today's show because it was quite spectacular. And you're missing out if you're not watching that in replay when you weren't here live. If you guys are enjoying what you have been seeing thus far, don't forget to leave a like. It'll help the channel grow and get a wider audience of like-minded people. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other stuff. KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco will be next. A Dreamliner to Houston is also coming this way. KLM Flight 661. Between those 2 wide bodies, KLM Flight 1303, which we are now looking at, will be leaving for Gdansk. John Singleton is also back in the chat. Inimini is too, and so too is Michael. Good morning to all of you and everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. So it's looking grey, but not for long. Not for long. Salvation is near. Hallelujah. Coming this way is KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco. 787-10 Dreamliner. It's the PHBKR. First flight August this year. And have a look. It is also Mrs. Professor who has returned. Welcome back, Mrs. Professor. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Mrs. Professor is celebrating today. She is celebrating 26 months of membership and she writes, love seeing 747s. Thanks for catching them. My pleasure, Mrs. Professor. I was happy that I was in time to go live a bit more early than the schedule. Suparna was already rolling when we went live, but still managed to catch the majority of its departure. Good to see you again, Mr. Professor, and thank you so much for your continued support. 26 months, congratulations, and thank you so much. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Gekke Gerrit, goedemorgen. Dirk Antoor, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. First 2.5 minutes. Watch back those, because you will see 2 747s with a lot of wing fluff and inlet condensation taking off back to back. Suparna and KLM. Hey Lorenzo, goedemorgen. Lorenzo en Jendrosik on their way. Anyway, goedemorgen. Okido. Embraer, KLM to Gdansk. Flight 1303. Quite a few wide bodies are gathering at the threshold of 24. Looking at Schiphol is the dimmest. However, looking in the direction of the sun and a bit further, and you will see weather improvement is upon us. It's not going to be too long and the sun will start shining here. Another narrow body is creeping in front of the wide bodies. There are 3 wide bodies to Houston, Cancun and LAX that are gathering. Hey, and there's an A330 taking off in the background. Where or where will that appear? Answer is there. No, it's not an A330, it's a triple. Won't be much longer and the sun will start shining here. Next up is going to be KLM flight 661, going to Houston. The PHBHD, Bravo Hotel Delta, 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. KLM flight 661 is on the move. Martin, good morning. RJ, good morning. Jazz Flyer, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the 7879 to Houston. Houston. That lovely morning lighting is going to appear here pretty soon. Already a semi-vague, shadowy figure, shady figure. Can say hi to you. If the sun is going to come out, I'm definitely going to be overdressed here. Time to take off the buff first. That should be better. Right, KLM flight 689 to Cancun will be next. Cancun in Mexico. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. Navy Jack, good morning. W, goedemorgen. W is giving us information. The NCA 747 is scheduled to depart, but from runway 18 left, unfortunately. Good thing that we already caught two this morning. Sparta and KLM, if you joined us later, when there is a calm moment in the stream, rewind to the first 2.5 minutes of the show. Two back-to-back 747s taking off with ample wing fluff. It was quite the spectacle. Sunshine and relative high humidity means well lit wing fluff in a few moments. Hey there Chris, who's tuning in from Florida. Welcome to the show, mate. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are several people watching. Not very busy yet, but it might get more busy later in the show. Feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. In the meantime, I have rain trousers on that are also getting too warm. Here at Schiphol, it is more often too cold than too warm. It's best that you come prepared. Ready to peel off another layer. Yesterday too, it was lovely weather with the sun abundantly shining. You wouldn't say it was November unless you knew. Nippon is getting pushed back right now. Nippon Cargo Unfortunately, leaving from the wrong runway. The sun is now fully out here where I am standing. Absolutely lovely. Air Baltic to Tallinn. Means I'm also taking off here. It's JG, good morning. Thierry, good morning. Lord Andrew, good morning. Roel, goedemorgen. Right, well, the sun is starting to shine. That means I also am going to get the sun hood for my camera LCD. Mitigate some of the falling reflections. BA flight 431 to London Heathrow, over there already. Lined up right now is KLM flight 601. Going to LAX, 787-10 Dreamliner. The sun has begun to shine over here. Have a look, it's looking gloriously over here. More open skies, more akin to what we had yesterday. The moon is also out. Lovely to see. And Lord Andrew is celebrating 8 months of membership. Thank you so much, Lord Andrew, for the ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully as a member, but if not, that's also perfectly fine. Memberships are not mandatory, they are optional. More people have joined us in the meantime. Martien, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Welcome back. Sander, goedemorgen, kerel. Joop, goedemorgen. I was about to say Joep, but it's Joop. Joep would be how English speakers would say Joop if they didn't know how to pronounce the double O. Charlie Brown, good morning. This is that good morning light that I was hoping for. Best time of day to be filming airplanes or photographing them is in the morning hours, with the sun shining on them from behind you. The Nippon Cargo on the right, unfortunately, will be heading to runway 18 left, the wrong runway. Lars, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you join us later, have a look at the first 2.5 minutes of the show. The first 2.5 minutes feature 2 back-to-back 747s taking off. Suparna and KLM. Things are opening up here. Now the buildings here are lit by the sun as well. The tower not so much yet. The Nata over here is, but it won't be much longer before everything will be sunlit over here. Openness is drifting in, finally. Another lovely day, just like yesterday. Hey Graham, good morning. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help to bring in more people and grow the channel. Make sure to subscribe to stay informed of upcoming live streams. Hit the bell icon and you will get notified. EasyJet to Southend. Flight 5708, A320neo. Huub, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Andy, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Diana, goedemorgen. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. Make sure to watch the first 2.5 minutes of the show. First 2.5 minutes feature 2 back-to-back 747 freighters taking off with a lot of wing fluff. Was just in time to catch them. Began a bit earlier today. Definitely worthwhile. Nico, goedemorgen. Miranda, goedemorgen. Hey, Miranda is tuning in from New Zealand as well. More Kiwis in the house. KLM flight 1127 to Ork, which is Cork. Hey Betsy, good evening mate. Hope you've had a good day, welcome back. Hey, traffic, is that incoming traffic? I think it might be. I think this might be inbound traffic. Pretty sure it is. Yeah, that's KLM. Probably flying at 7,000 feet inbound. More Air Baltic. This one to Riga. Jordien, goedemorgen. Joost, goedemorgen. Jamie, just renewing his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, Jamie. Thank you for renewing your membership. We kept your seat warm. Kept everything the way you left it. Welcome back and thanks for the vote of confidence and renewing your membership. B8 to London Heathrow up next.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Next up, the first Delta of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. A330neo. Well, I say the first Delta, but is it? I think it is, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. For those of you who joined later, good morning and welcome. Artjan, goedemorgen. Fabian, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. Delta Airlines 143 to Seattle, Washington, A330 Neo. 3-year-old airplane, the November 417 Delta X-ray. If you join us only later, make sure to rewind to the first 2.5 minutes of the show, ladies and gentlemen. 2 back-to-back 747 freighters taking off with a lot of wing fluff. Highly recommended that you watch that on replay if you join us later. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. And if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell icon to stay informed of upcoming live streams, new polls and whatnot. The Nippon Cargo 747 is on the move. It's going to Milan. Unfortunately, it will be leaving via runway 18 left. We should start to see it in the background in a few moments from now. In the meantime, Scuderia René, good morning. Tammo, goedemorgen. RDM, goedemorgen. Good morning. Deblom, goedemorgen. Good morning. Leo, goedemorgen, good morning. Spotter, good morning. Jamuis, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So there's the Nippon Cargo 7478 going to the wrong runway, unfortunately. We'll be leaving for Milan in a few moments from now. Keep me posted once it's lined up. Interesting to see that Jendrsik and Lorenzo are sprinting over here for some reason. Not exactly sure why that is. Morgen jongens. Hebben jullie het koud? Hè?
Nippon Cargo?
Ja, Nippon Cargo gaat naar 18 links.
Ja, helaas dus.
Ja, die komt zo meteen weer voorbij in de achtergrond.
Ja, helaas.
Ja, het is niet anders. C'est la vie.
Ja, toch wel moeite gedaan. Wel moeite gedaan.
Goedemorgen jongens.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. They're both panting. They were sprinting here to see the 7478 from Nippon Cargo. But like I said to them already in Dutch just now, it's going to take off from 18 left, unfortunately. So it will be coming by in the background in a few moments from now. Keep me posted once it's lined up and first to leave. Patrick, goedemorgen. Vero, goedemorgen. Claudie, good morning. Lance, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. First 2.5 minutes of the show. Watch that back when you have time for it, or if it is calm over here. 2 back-to-back 747s. Highly recommended that you watch them. First 2.5 minutes of today's show. This is EasyJet flight 2302. It's going to Eden in Scotland. Regular A320. Jamie, goedemorgen. Daniel, good morning. And Martin Air is celebrating today. Martin Air has turned blue, another member no longer green. I'm not sure what Greenpeace will say about this, but I am for one definitely happy and pleased to see that Martin Air has joined the blue team. 24 months of membership. Martin Air, mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Goedemorgen en dankjewel. Thank you so much for your support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, mate. Martin Air, 24 months of membership. And this is KLM flight 1199 to Oslo. It's an A321neo. Quite a few narrow bodies for the time being. It's KLM flight 1293 that will be next to Billund. Then another Air Baltic presumably, or maybe the KLM to Newcastle. In the meantime, where's the Nippon? Nippon is approaching the threshold. Delta Airlines flight 161 is coming this way as well. That's nice. Another wide body. Martin, good morning. Ken and Manuela, good morning. Ken and Manuela, right? Hello from Australia. My wife and I love your stream. Keep up the great work. Also, what camera are you using? The pictures are amazing. Well, if you want to see what materials I'm using, have a look in the About section or in each video description. The camera I'm using is a Canon XA60. It is a camcorder. So not a mirrorless or something with lenses. Happy to hear you guys are enjoying Ken and Manuela. Hope everybody is. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show thus far. It will help to grow our audience even bigger. Contrail visible, already pretty far to the west, I would say. Twin jet, quite clearly visible. Looking around while on the subject of contrails, I'm not seeing any other in the immediate vicinity just yet. You'd think with the humidity, at least here on ground level, if it is also as humid higher up, contrails would be abundantly visible, but up in the sky there is no contrail visible. No. Nippon is going to take off. Thanks for the heads up. Lorenzo giving us a warning so that we can put the camera back at the 747 in time. Of course, what I said was utter bullshit just now because it is so humid and damp here because there's high pressure. High pressure means that the air is dropping, descending. So that also has an effect on contrails. I think you will probably see less contrails when there's high pressure. There are airplanes visible that do produce contrails. They're not very lengthy. You'll see they evaporate rather quickly. Something yellow, it's DHL. And also even before we can start the jingle, here is the Coast Guard illuminated beautifully. Dash 8100. Still Canadian registered.
Canadian registered because it was made there?
I'm not sure if it was. Well, it might have been produced in Canada as well. I'm thinking it was probably used by a Canadian carrier or Canadian Coast Guard, perhaps.
Yeah, but I know Bombardier is from Canada.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but Well, it might be. Might be. I'm not sure. That's a good question, Lorenzo. Is it Canadian registered because of Bombardier, and was it made in Canada, or before the Dutch Coast Guard started using the airplane, was it in use by a Canadian operator? That's actually a good question, Lorenzo. Yeah, I'm sure that ChatGPT will will have the answer.
ChatGPT will lie to you.
Our best friends in middle school.
ChatGPT would never lie to me.
I don't know. I don't use it.
I do, but not for the wrong things.
The one who do things.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is EasyJet flight
This to me.
9222, 9922. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 161, which will be going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330neo.
It's fun fact. It isn't even a Bombardier. It's the Havilland.
De Havilland, yeah.
I think it was
Oh.
former Coast Guard Canadian and then transferred to Netherlands.
Okay, the aircraft in question is the Havilland Canada DHC 8102 MPA -8 100 MPA, which has been leased by ISR Support Europe, a concern that includes Canadian Netherlands elements for use by the Dutch Coast Guard.
Okay. Does that answer our question?
Well, it's been noted that the aircraft will eventually become PHCGD.
Ah, it will eventually become a PH registered airplane.
Hey, Dolomiti!
Yeah, nice.
Still got the barf bags.
Right. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, Runway 24. I'm joined by Lorenzo and Jendrosek. And if you joined us only later, you will probably have missed the first two airplanes. In the first 2.5 minutes, two consecutive 747 freighters took off. So if you missed that, make sure to watch that on Rewind. Chris Coot and Donald and Daisy are over there.
You see the tails here, huh?
There is another Contrail coming my way from the east and is going to pass a little north of me by the looks of it. The sun is now abundantly shining over here. No more clouds in the vicinity, just a bit of haziness on ground level still. Zoomed in, it looks way worse than it actually is.
This time I did came layered.
And this is Air Serbia going to Belgrade. KLM A321neo to bloody Helsinki, Finland. We'll be taking off next. This is KLM flight 623 to Atlanta, Georgia, a 787-10 Dreamliner. But she says, come to Australia, you legend. Maybe one day, that's definitely still on the bucket list. Which one is this? Can't read the registration anymore, or... Fixie. The Papa Hotel X.
Does they have an X on board?
Rudwick says C-17 flying in the south. Whoa, if there is a C-17, I am... Is it flying west to east? I do see something over there. Bit lower still.
Also be Eindhoven.
Yeah.
It's south.
Yeah, how far to the south? This is not it. And I'm not seeing any other contrails in the immediate vicinity, so...
Should be there, but it's against the sun. So that's correct.
Over there,
Yeah, I
another
see
wide
it.
body.
It says Rotterdam.
Oh, Rotterdam.
Here.
Pretty far. Oh, we ought to be... Oh, maybe that's the contrail. Maybe that is it. Maybe that's the C... That's probably the C-17, isn't it?
35,000.
Yeah, then you can see.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that is the C-17, all right. Looking very pixelated. Let's quickly turn back. KLM flight 623 to Atlanta, Georgia will be coming in. Well, going out, I should say, more appropriately. There it is already. 78710 Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo India. 5-year-old airplane. First flight August 2020. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. Many people are watching and they're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. Hey there, Jero. Good morning. Karsten, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Misham, goedemorgen. Good morning. Now, what will be the next airplane? I don't see any right now at the threshold of the runway. More contrails visible now. There are a few over there. There's one over there. C-17 already. Further out, still visible though. And you can see the edge of the cloudiness slowly but surely drifting further east. It's lovely to see. The group of coots that were here in the grass have now gone on to land on the other side of the side canal. And they're right there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 coots. 7 coots or something. Departures from 18 left still continuing. It's almost 11. Around 11 o'clock. This will be the only runway for outbound traffic. From 11 until 11:40 approximately. At least that's what normally is the case. Yesterday too we saw that it took a little longer before 18 left reopened. Of course, when we were at 18 left, they keep it closed longer than normally would have been the case. Pretty sure that today they're going to open it up earlier than normally would be the case. KLM to Düsseldorf in the background. Singapore Airlines is coming this way. The Singapore A350 to Singapore. No, wait, shoot. That's of course going to the wrong runway. That's a bummer. Martinair says KLM 747 is now landing on the Polderbaan. I'm not seeing it. Has it landed already or is it still on the glide slope? No, I'm not seeing anything. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the 747. Vueling next. Fueling, welling, wheeling. Vueling, voiling. It's looking like those mountains, those mounds of sand are getting ever higher. Or is that just me?
Well, it was rubble before.
Oh, it was rubble before, so now it's become sand. Oh, okay, well. So that's a higher or a lower entropy?
But also they're going to construct something here.
Yeah,
Not sure what it is, but
I think eventually they're expanding the apron over here, the cargo apron, and I think
okay, that would be nice.
because there the A pier would be erected over there, a bit more where Donata is, I think, and more logistics and more cargo apron should be on this side, I think.
Oh,
But don't pin me down on it. I'm not
I
not
can
in,
see
in,
that
in
they totally want to move cargo away from the main part, so to say.
Hmm.
Doesn't make sense anyway.
Narrow bodies galore for the time being from runway 18 left. In the meantime, Air France, a couple of KLMs. Calm on this end of the runway. Transavia's.
No stability today.
These are airplanes that are on their way to the wrong runway. It's interesting to see that it's really busy at 18 left right now. Yesterday all the interesting airplanes did not take off from it. Singapore Airlines is going there. The Chinese A350 to Taipei is also going over there probably. Or is that coming this way? In the meantime, thank you Video Kijken for your super sticker. A super sticker video game controller gives a thumbs up and says GG, good game. Well, thank you so much for that, Video Kijken. It's a bit calm here right now. Thought it would be nice to go here for a change, but yeah. the first 2.5 minutes of the show have been the most interesting thus far.
Well, it's almost like the end of yesterday.
In what sense?
747.
Oh yeah. Was that no? That was the day before yesterday when we were at the Polderbaan. There were yeah.
Too much.
Well, the same for me. It's hard to keep the days apart. This week it's different because Thursday I went to the Polderbaan. Yesterday to 18 left. Today here. Doing something different each day. So Singapore Airlines, the A350 to Singapore, is now looking to be the second departure from 18 left. Now things up in the sky are also calm. Hardly any clouds. There is one contrail a bit further away. It's also going in the wrong direction. It's moving away from us. The clouds that we had in the morning have gone. There is a contrail coming this way. Still pretty far to the south. But this one is headed right for us. Twin jet. Definitely traffic still taking off from this runway. SAS to Copenhagen is lining up right now. And Vueling to Barcelona is also going to take off here soon. 737 to Stockholm. And Transavia to RMF, Marsa Alam in Egypt. But that's... I think that's in the process of being pushed back. That's not going to be taking off from this runway. I think SAS is now on the runway, should be coming this way. Meanwhile, good morning, Mr. Mika, and Polkapuk, and Ray, and all others. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, I'm here with Jendrosik and Lorenzo. The sun has begun to shine. This morning we started with fog and high humidity, the first 2.5 minutes of the show. are highly recommended to watch on replay.
Well, Amsterdam still looks kind of foggy.
Amsterdam still kind of looks foggy. Yeah. Shouldn't be living there.
Nah, I moved out. You can have it.
Yeah, no, it's still looking a bit grim over there. In the meantime, Singapore. Where is it going to appear? That's the question. There it is. Singapore Airlines, flight 323.
Foto van werk afgeteld. Over werkveiligheid.
So yeah, if you guys missed the first 2.5 minutes, highly worthwhile to watch that back on replay. The next airplane is already on the runway and is scaled up at 1219 to Stockholm. It's 737-800. Richard, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. I will happily answer your questions. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and what else. Might be announced, such as polls. Still haven't seen anybody responding to the Easter egg that I placed in the latest custom emoji yesterday. Guess nobody saw yet what I did. Contrails in the sky. Where is that one? There it is. Is that Lufthansa? No, it's Emirates. It's an Emirates 777-300. Is that on its way to Bursenchester then? That might be the case. Now full swell, the KLM 747 is not too far away anymore. I think I see it still already. A Qatar 777 freighter to Doha just popped up on flight radar. I'm wondering, by the time it has been pushed back, it'll have been past 11. So I'm thinking that might be taking off from this runway if it does go out shortly. Because now I no longer see the airplane, but it was on flight radar until moments ago. Now, we saw one of these machines leave in the first 2.5 minutes of the show, and make sure to watch the replay if you missed that. And now another one is arriving. I think it was the CKA that we saw leave. This is the CKC returning from Miami, Florida, which I think we saw this airplane leave for yesterday. It's the CKC, and it doesn't seem to have had a bad case of diarrhea. Hey Luca, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Eddie Schotsman, goedemorgen. TR, good morning. Next airplane to take off from runway 24, where we are standing next to, is Air France flight 1341.
What?
That's going to go to Paris. Bram asks about tomorrow's runway. I'm not sure yet, Bram. That depends on the weather, the wind, runway use, whether or not there are a lot of 747s underway. No idea yet. Now, earlier, hares have been spotted here in the field. I'm not seeing any right now. It does look like they've sown something here. Is that just regular grass, or are these cash crops of sorts? I'm not sure that they are. To me, it's looking like regular grass, but I am a big layman when it comes to agriculture.
It's just grass.
Just grass.
Cannot smoke it, but it's
Yeah, the non-smokable. Well, you can smoke it, but there's no point in doing so.
Schiphol haze. Tastes a bit like A1.
Highly flammable as well,
Yes,
or
yes, high combustion. Instant vapor.
Peter Olding also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Hey, Liewe, goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AM Live. My name is Boy. We're here at runway 24, the Kaagbaan. I'm joined by Jen Drusik and Lorenzo. And if you guys missed the first 2.5 minutes of the show, watch that on replay. Highly worthwhile. 2 747s back to back with a lot of moisture, condensation, wing fluff, all that good stuff. The first 2.5 minutes, Suparna and KLM back to back. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We're waiting for the next airplane to line up. It's SAS, which interestingly I'm not seeing on Flight Radar. I do see Transavia to Marsa Alam, but that seems to be at the gate still. Now the SAS I'm not seeing on Flight Radar, so I'm not sure where it's going to go to. Qatar to Doha, which runway has that been assigned to? The one that has been pushed back right now, flight 8160. I'm thinking with 4 minutes to 11, it's probably going to take off from runway 24, isn't it? Or aren't we so lucky?
Hold up for this runway.
Ah, now I see the SAS again. It's a regular Embraer 195 to Oslo, flight 822. That's the Sursel. It's an Embraer 195 long range. The airplane 18 years old, first flight somewhere in 2007. Hans Worst asks on what do you make your decision to stream on a certain day? Well, that's simple. I have my day job on Tuesdays and Wednesdays still, unfortunately. And Mondays is my day off, so Thursdays through Sundays, weather permitting. Qatar to runway 24, that's good news, Maria. Thanks for checking that out and letting us know. In the meantime, here we have the Embraer 195 long range, Sursel. 18 years old already. Evan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Top of the morning. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, Senor Rodriguez. Alright, Tui to Marsa Alam, right? Or, no, Tui to Tenerife. Tui to Tenerife, it was of course Transavia to Marsa Alam. Tui to Tenerife, flight 6116, max 8, 737. Polly asks for a Coot and Greep update. Over there, they're gone, or gone into hiding. Either way, I'm not seeing any movement over there. Looking in the other direction, there is more to see. We have one coot in the water and a few on grass still, on land. Grebes I haven't seen yet, just Donald and Daisy, they were there. Though, if they're still there, I wonder.
Oh, there's an engine.
What? Oh, airplane engine. Hey, nice. Good catch, mate.
Is it the missing engine of the DHL?
Is that the missing engine of the DHL?
It doesn't smell like barbecue.
It doesn't smell like barbecue, so the answer is no. Now that's something that you don't see every day. Transportation of an engine. Or at least it definitely was looking like one.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. In theory, it could of course be something else. It could be
Karen cabin deluxe.
Karen, yeah, not a Karen cabin. No, that's. But what else could it be? A mini double half pipe?
Oh, maybe.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
It was looking conical. Well, no,
Yeah.
cylindrical.
Well, I think it's the perspective. If it hangs on a plane, it looks relatively small, but
Yeah.
if you put it on a truck,
Oh no, it's oh no, they're
immediately,
and if that was a GE90, then those are humongous.
yeah.
So we have TUI lined up right now. The airplane that you see in the background is KLM Flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao. There are more wide bodies underway, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be triple time, actually. 2 777-200s and then a 777-300. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai is coming this way. That's good news.
We'll take the other.
Bram says in a few moments the 747 Lufthansa is flying over. Now, sadly, at the moment, current status quo, directly up. It's cloudy. It's cloudy. Contrails are hard to see. I think that might be the Lufty. There's definitely a 747 or a quad-engined airplane coming my way. Looking beautiful. Looking very sweet. Okido. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax. Wide bodies fest. The wide bodies exodus is commencing. United Flight 21 to Houston is also coming this way. 767-300. We already saw a 400 to Newark earlier in the morning. That 747 or whatever it is that is coming.
Je ziet de koe niet eens.
Looking really sweet.
Ja, dat vind ik. Nou, dan moeten we de harttransplantatie geven.
Right, let's go back to what we can see best. And that's the wide bodies taking off from this runway right now. It's triple time, ladies and gentlemen. And this is KLM Flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao. Sunshine and high moisture equals beautiful wing fluff. Yeah, KLM Asia, indeed. On its way to the West Indies. Tom, goedemorgen. Clouds, goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. Alan also back. Good morning, Alan. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm joined by Jendrusik and Lorenzo, who are ground crewing here today. The sun is out. This morning we began with moisture and nebulosity. The first 2.5 minutes of the show. If you haven't seen them, well worth a look. 2 back-to-back 747s with ample wing fluff. Now it is Widebody's Exodus. The next widebody is Qatar Cargo 777 Freighter to Doha, the Alpha 7 BFY. So that is not triple then, but quadruple. Quadruple time, indeed, a 747 guy. And we can also have a quick glance at that Contrail, if I can still find it. Brief glimpse. It's triple time, and if you guys are enjoying what you've been seeing, make sure to leave a like, and if you haven't done so already, subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other notifications. We have a United 767 over there, and the third triple is now coming my way. It's KLM Flight 705 going to Rio de Janeiro, which is in Latin America, not too far away from fluffiness. Yes, please. Hot shoes. Don't see that regularly on 777s, that they're not retracting the gear. I've seen it on Dreamliners. I've seen it on A330s. I think this is the first time that I am seeing a 777 with hot shoes. Super Eminent says quadruple, triple. Now I want a beer. Me too. Martin also back in the chat. Good to see you, Martin. Welcome back. Abhishek, good morning. And welcome to the show. So KLM Flight 705 is still not retracting their gear. Emirates Flight 146 is spooling up already. Going to Dubai. Well, first time I am seeing a 777 with the gear out still.
It's still out?
Yep. Gear still not retracting. Nah, that seems unlikely. Yeah, but I'm thinking. Oh, now the gear is retracting. Yeah, now the gear is retracting.
Maybe it was pretty heavy, and then wheels also running hot.
Yeah, those wheels probably ran hot. Took a little while before it was sufficiently cool. Before they were sufficiently cooled down, but it happened in the end. Okay, well, in that case, let us turn around. We only saw a glimpse of the Emirates triple as a consequence of the hot shoes. But at least it turned out to probably have been hot shoes and not a failure of sorts. No. Which of course would not be very likely, but you never know. Unlikely things still happen.
Maybe they were just showing off
Anyway, United Airlines to Houston, or Houston as I call it, is now lined up. United flight 21. It's a 767-300 and it is 33 years old already. October 1992 is when it first began to fly. Lorenzo, what were you doing back in October 1992?
What were you doing?
My balls at work, I think.
Working at Balls or Us.
92. I think I was still in the balls. I think of that.
You were separated.
Yeah.
Separated before birth. Anyway, all airplane, and it's looking like K2 is now doing a bird control, a runway inspection, I should say. Bird controller K2 on the runway. I need to find me the tune, the theme song of Knight Rider, so that I can play it when we see stuff like this. Just imagine hearing the Knight Rider theme when you're seeing K2 or for any other bird control for that matter driving around. Exactly.
And then the bass.
Yeah, exactly. Just the intro already. Thought of that this morning. I thought, hey, that would make for a great combination.
When he got the smartwatch, I told him, just call the car, and he was looking at me like, "The fuck are you talking about? You have a smartwatch, call Kit."
Call Kit. What?
Kit?
Who's Kit?
What?
Yeah, it's a generation thing.
Well, I think I am worse now. Look at the generation later.
The airplane that you are seeing
Worse.
in the process of lining up is KLM flight 879. It's going to go to Bangalore in India. 787-10 Dreamliner.
Heb je ooit cartoons gekeken? Zei die.
Ciao Italo. Benvenuto.
Ja,
Hoe heb je dat nooit gekeken?
Ooh, I spy with my little eye.
en dan gaat hij naar het interview van die
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Maar dan zie je de halve stad is uitgelopen van nog iets van jouw leeftijd. Dan word je... Echt jongen, echt vreselijk. Alle fatbikers die verzamelen zich daar.
Alright, time to cross the runway.
Dan moet je kiezen. God, die mensen had je altijd al. Banana. Don't cry.
Daft asks, which runway are you on right now? This is runway 24, the Kaagbaan. Where in a few moments from now, KLM flight 879 to Bangalore is going to line up to leave for India. A 787-10 Dreamliner. Another 767 is coming this way. United flight 947 to Washington is coming this way. KLM flight 537 is also coming this way to Kigali, which of course is in... That's an A330-200 coming this way. KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo, which is not too far away from... It's also coming this way. That's a 777-300. So if you see all the wide bodies, they're all coming this way. They should be leaving from this runway not too long from now. In the meantime, I realize I haven't had a drink yet, so I'm going to pour me a small glass of vodka. I'm hearing something overhead.
Oh, I'm only seeing clouds.
Yeah, same here. I'm only seeing clouds. It's a bit hazy. No, it's a bit cloudy.
It was open, but
It was open, now no more.
it's like it's moving in bands.
High clouds.
It's open again there, but no, this is pretty low actually.
High or really low?
These,
I
these.
spy a Contrail.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
twin jet, almost immediately overhead. Right, the Dreamliner is now continuing to line up on the runway. In the meantime, more wide bodies have arrived here. The United 767, the A330 to Kigali, and the 777 to Sao Paulo is also coming. I see Air Europa also alive on the platform. That's going to go to Madrid. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore in India. It's going to be the next departure here in a few moments from now. 78710 Dreamliner. The registration is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Charlie. It's six years old. First flight October 2019.
Boy, I think they're having a bang in Bangalore.
They're having a bang in Bangalore. Probably so. They're banging. They're having fun.
Happy hour.
You know the people who are the boss?
SMK, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined.
Headbangers.
The 767 is lining up. That means that the airplane before it is rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Roll high.
There it is, KLM flight 879 to Bangalore, 78710 Dreamliner. How much moisture is there still in the air? How much condensation will we see? Inlet condensation thus far, 0. Wing fluff, also absent. Relative humidity is decreasing. Bit of wing fluff, as the airplane had already passed us by. So yeah, big picture overview. Looking to the west, this is what things look like. This is what things look like to the north. Looking to the south, this is what it looks like. Lastly, looking to the east, this is what it looks like. So the band of open weather is now continuing further east. I think we need to look in this direction to see what is coming our way. It's not completely open, it's also not completely closed, but it's definitely not as open as it was before. Not sure if it's going to return. For now, we'll have to make do with what we can see over here. Fidel Kestrel, briefly hovering there, looking for Pinky and the Brain. Next up, United Flight 947 to Washington. That's the 767-300ER. And in the meantime, a big thank you to Mark H, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you're one of Mark's recipients, don't forget to say thank you to him for the gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Use them liberally. Spamming isn't allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Mark, once again, thank you. And welcome to the new members. Now, funnily enough, the 767 was producing inlet condensation and wing fluff. This was the November 647 Uniform Alpha, also from 1992, 33 years old. Meanwhile, good morning Marit, and good morning to all others who have joined. KLM flight 537 to Kigali is next. Kigali, isn't that in Rwanda? I think it is.
Sounds Italian, but
No, Kigali is. It does sound Italian.
Yeah.
It does sound. Kigali. We're going to Kigali. Eat some pasta in Kigali. I'm pretty sure it's Rwanda in. Rwanda. There was this joke back in the day how that war over there started. That there was a package delivered that said it was for the Houthis. That started the war. That was back then.
it was a hoodie.
Huh? No. There were two groups of people who were the Hutus and the Tutsis. So that's why.
Well, I know about the opponents, but not about what caused it.
I also don't know the details of it. I remember if I was still in elementary school, and that was the joke that went around then. Elementary school humor.
Well, it's with a K. It's Rwanda indeed.
Rwanda indeed.
Yeah.
Kigali is with a K.
Yeah.
Did you think it was with a C or a C?
Why I
Chi,
thought
but then it would be Chigali.
Yeah, Chigali.
Chigali.
Sounds really.
Certo. Vassar Darshne, good morning and welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy new emoji, made my day. Vassar Darshne is also celebrating a year of membership and has gone green. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. But thank you for going green. I'm pleased with that and I hope you are too. And the new emoji, it is depicted in the live chat. Can you see something? I made some changes yesterday in the chat. Wolfgang made some suggestions and I incorporated them, or at least I hope you guys see. KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo, 777-300. PHBVP, Bravo Victor Papa, 9 years old, first flight February 2016. Adelise, goedemorgen. Yes, indeed, Maria. Maria spotted it. Ryanair. I've incorporated a few things to make the bouncy airplane look a bit more like Ryanair. I Skydive 2 is also back in the chat. Good morning. Greetings from Quebec City in Canada. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to everybody else who joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us later, then you probably missed the first 2.5 minutes of the show, and I highly suggest you watch those back because we saw two back-to-back 747s taking off from this runway within 2.5 minutes, two 747s with ample moisture and condensation. It was a thing of beauty. Air Europa on its way to Madrid, 7879 Dreamliner, flight 1098.
Wil je zo gaan? Oké. Je wilt opruimen van je kamer beginnen. Kan
Finnair over there, Finnair to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Today an A321 and not an A350 sadly. Yeah. The next departure will be KLM flight 1313 to Warsaw. That's a 737-800. And Air Dolomiti is over there. Going to Frankfurt. Should be leaving via this runway still, since there is no other runway open for departures until approximately 11:40. Peter K says best hotel in the world is Papa Hotel. Indeed it is.
Oh ja, had je tegen hem moeten voetballen?
Nee.
Ook maar.
KLM flight 1313 is on the move. It's a 737 to Warsaw.
Hij is nummer 150.
The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Bravo, 14 years old, first flight May 2011. Bob has to sign off. Time for his much needed beauty sleep. Well, sleep tight and see you again soon then, Bob. Here once again the sun is beginning to shine. For how long remains to be seen. Although it's looking like the sun is now in an open bit of sky. Yeah, Koetfest, indeed.
They are not attacking each other.
No, they're living next to one another in peace.
Must be the grass.
It must be the grass, indeed. Yeah, remarkable, isn't it?
The fall summit.
They're not stomping on nests or anything.
They are discussing on how to improve stomping techniques.
Ah, they're it's a workshop how to improve stomping on other birds' nests. Could be it. And this is their lunch break. Finnair on its way to bloody Helsinki in Finland.
They also have a theme song.
What?
Can you come also in?
What?
I'm the hot stepper, murderer.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Have you been sipping some vodka too?
No.
Oh, for a moment I thought so.
Eating some of the grass.
Eating some of the grass, some edible grass. Air Dolomiti is coming. It's going to Frankfurt, flight 9847.
That really took a long time. Or
Thank
am
you
I
for the
wrong?
barf bags.
No, but we saw it taxiing almost an hour ago.
Yeah, some of the airplanes are taking their sweet time.
Maybe that was a
Air Astra? Huh? Ad Astra. Ah.
That's from ISS, right?
I have no idea. To the stars and beyond,
It's from a movie.
or something.
But it was also...
Is it a movie quote or?
No, it is a movie.
It is a movie. Okay.
About
Wow.
time travel. And
Back to the future.
it is also... I think it was one of the Mars... No, not the Mars missions. It's one of those Apollos, I think.
Okay. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who joined. There is only one Kruzumik. Good morning. Good morning to Desperado and also to Paul. For those of you joining us later, have a look at the first 2.5 minutes of the show. Highly recommended that you do if you want to see two back-to-back 747s with a lot of wing fluff and inlet condensation. Suparna and KLM taking off from the runway In the meantime, things are opening up. I'm joined by Jendrusik and Lorenzo. And yeah, runway 24 now in use as only runway for another 10 or so minutes probably.
2019 movie Ad Astra.
Okay.
And Space Command Cruiser Sirius, but that's not what I meant.
KLM 100 years coming to runway 24. Thanks for the heads up, Maria. Lined up right now is Transavia flight 6557. Finally leaving from Marsa Alam in Egypt. Not visible yet, but soon it will be. Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston is also coming this way. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai, is that still coming this way or will that already be leaving via 18 left? I'm wondering. Groningen is weer aanwezig. Goedemorgen, JW Stijn. JW, Jan Willem? Question mark? Most likely, I think.
I cannot find it.
The Ad Astra?
Well, I can find all kinds of things that were.
You should ask.
on that.
You should really start using ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT.
No, actually,
Yes,
this
yes.
This is AI providing me all kinds of answers.
Oh,
except for the one
but this is Google
I
AI.
know exists, but it doesn't provide me with that. So I still
Ah.
see AI as a combination of farts, and the smell can never be stronger than the two farts you put in there.
Jendrusik, not a big fan of AI. Speaking of smelly farts, we haven't seen Captain Jerry yet in the chat, have we? Don't think we have.
Maybe he's still recovering.
Yeah, he is still in hospital, I think.
Oh,
He was in the chat yesterday.
I know. I said hi to him.
Well, then again, he's not missing out on glide slope shots because today there aren't any.
But the thing is, I am sure this Ad Astra was in some on a console or in a spaceship that is widely known.
Okay.
And it's giving me the reference to the Ad Astra rocket company, and it's to an anime and a video game and this.
Well, if you input related to space or whatever, maybe it'll come up with the answer you're looking for.
At some point, I will remember myself. And I know who it is related to. It's my mind holding me from connecting the dots.
That's progressing age for you.
No. Kitchen or,
Right, Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. Lining up as we speak, A330neo.
I think it was on one of those moon missions.
Stefan Tudor also back in the chat. Good to see you, Stefan. BizJet in the meantime taking off via runway 22. Almost looking a bit like KLM. KLM flight 1367 to Budapest will be the next departure. You can already see it.
Dat is gewoon, zo werkt dat. Ja, en dan over een jaar dan is het en is het demo.
Adi says that it's also a coat of arms of Gouda, Ad Astra per Aspera.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Could be.
In the meantime, Foster Darshine gifting a membership just now. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And Roy Elsenhorn is the recipient. Welcome to the Skylines, Roy. Don't forget to say thank you to Foster Darshine. Have fun with the custom emojis.
Well, it's
Don't be
related-
afraid to use them whenever you see fit. That is That's something everybody might is allowed to do. Delta Airlines on the way. A330neo, brand new. First flight of this airplane was in April this year, so should still be under warranty. Are airplanes under warranty too? Surely they are.
30-year warranty.
Ad Astra is related to the Apollo moon
Okay, well,
program. So I was.
at any rate, it's a term that is used frequently.
Oh sure, yes. It's about that it's getting hard to go to space.
Hey, Garuda Indonesia also has been pushed back. Probably isn't coming this way, is it?
Nada Garuda.
It's 11:35 right now, so by the time its engines are running and it's ready to taxi, it'll be 11:40 or later. TUI Dreamliner, flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao. In the meantime, also at the threshold.
Ja, ik heb van alles. Fantastisch.
Hey, Garuda also coming to runway 24. Nice. That's nice.
Good.
That's interesting. Little redemption for what happened yesterday when they kept the Aalsmeerbound runway 18 left closed much longer than normally would be the case. Basically robbing us from 20 minutes of up-close departures. If you join us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at Kaagbaan, runway 24. I'm joined by Jendrusik and Lorenzo as ground crew. Ample birds in the water and on land over here. Coots, mostly. Donald and Daisy have been sighted here earlier, but right now I cannot see them. I do see the coots. Ah, and Gary Grebe has also arrived on the scene. There he is, Mother Ducker.
Well, the funny part is, this week, I think two or three birds flown into the windows of our school.
Oh.
2 or 3 birds this week.
Okay, birds flying into the windows of the schools.
No light.
Ominous sign of impending hell and doom. If you join us later, then you probably missed out on the first 2.5 minutes of the show. It's highly recommended that you watch those back because we had 2 747s departing back to back under high humidity conditions. In other words, that means a lot of wing fluff and inlet engine condensation. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help to bring in more people in upcoming streams in the future. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already and hit the bell icon. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to ask any questions in the chat or say hi. Both are not mandatory, but it is always appreciated if people are interacting, so feel free to do so. Many people are watching and a lot of them are friendly and knowledgeable. We have TUI Flight 365 going to Willemstad, Curaçao up next. 7878 Dreamliner. And Mr. Mika R just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for the support. Hope everything in the lounge will be to your liking. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Mr. Mika, welcome to the Sky Lounge and thank you for your support. Peter K asks about Harry the Heron. Haven't seen the herons here. In fact, you don't see them very regularly on this in this part of the Schiphol area. I do see Russell Crowe over there, sitting high and mighty, looking over his minions. The Harry Heron has not been sighted. Ample excavators over here. Can you dig it? Well, they certainly can. There's also a toilet and a lunch break room. Couple of excavators. Hey Tom, good afternoon. And Edwin, goedemorgen, good morning.
I see the toothpaste.
And there's the KLM 100 years going to Mumbai. And behind it should be KLM Flight 757 to Panama City.
Maybe going here or to...
And Garuda Indonesia is also coming still. Absolutely lovely. Bill J is also back in the chat. Gerrit is too. Good morning, gents. Hope you're doing well. EasyJet to Person Chester, A319. Frederick Boscardin, tuning in from Belgium, good morning and welcome to the show, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. The KLM 100 years will be leaving soon. First up, BA to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Speedbird, flight 422, A319. Next up will be the KLM 787-10 to Bombay, Mumbai. They ought to update that airport code, BOM. Still, of course, the old Bombay of yore. They should make it Mum. Mum. Going back to Mum. Mummy. KLM Flight 877 to Mummy. Mummy in India. It's KLM 100 years, reminding us to brush our teeth twice a day on a regular basis. It's flying as KLM Flight 877 this time around. The BKA, first flight June 2019. 6 years old, and that's also how outdated this livery already is. Hope you guys are still enjoying. I certainly am having great fun here. The sun is once again starting to shine. More openness once again in the direction that the wind seems to be blowing from. Jendrusik already mentioned it earlier. It's looking to be arriving in waves. Now the more ripply cloudiness you can see further up ahead. So once again, contrails, if they are visible, we can see relatively clearly from where we are standing. KLM Flight 757 is next to Panama City, and this time round it is a 777-300 Still wing fluff and engine inlet condensation, beautifully visible. Mike Wild, good morning mate, welcome back, hope you're doing well. Hope everybody who has joined us is doing well. Make sure to watch the first 2.5 minutes of today's show if you haven't seen that already. 2 747s back to back, taking off with ample wing fluff and engine inlet condensation. Donald also back on the scene here. Donald Duck. But where is Daisy?
Garuda is in queue.
Yeah, Garuda is the masked airplane. It's the mask that is much smaller than the Not Without My Mask 747, but it does have more details in it, so that's lovely to see. I'm not sure to what extent we can see it from over here, but yeah, I think we should still be able to make out a few of the details. We're now waiting for the appearance of KLM Flight 1305 to Gdansk, number 190. KLM Flight 1959 to Istanbul will be next after that. KM Malta, no, yeah, KM Malta over there already. Croatia Airlines to Zagreb is the Bombardier C Series today.
Staat achter die waterbox.
Stripey thingy. What is that stripey thingy? Just noticed it. Plenty of goods today on the grass. Over there, and also over there. Garuda Indonesia in the background, but photobombed by the Bombardier from Croatia. In the meantime, something coming this way, looking to be donned in the SkyTeam livery. That's KLM Flight 1959 to Istanbul. This is the 737-900. Okay, Malta flight 395 to Malta is up next. It's an A320neo. And we have two cheaters on Cheaters Lane. On two Cheaters Lanes to be precise. So Croatia looks to be the first. Then the city... what is it? BA City Flyer. And then the 777 to Jakarta. And hey, I am Irene says hi from Groningen. Goedemorgen, good morning, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy, and this is Croatia Airlines going to Zagreb, flight 451, Bombardier C-Series 300, the A220, the 9 Alpha Charlie Alpha Echo. A year old, first flight July 2024. BA City Flyer to London City next, and after that, if all is well, a special livery Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta. Now I am definitely going to pour me a small glass to drink to that. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like, and if you want to subscribe, make sure to hit the bell icon to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other forms of announcements. BA City Flyer flight 8452 to London City, Embraer 190. Already airborne. We're waiting for Garuda Indonesia. Flight radar says that there is a CRJ underway as well. Not seeing it yet. Oh wait, there it is. There's the CRJ. That's probably coming this way. Hey there, Jaden. Good afternoon. Almost. Indeed, almost. Garuda Indonesia with the mask special livery, Ayo Pakai. Going to Jakarta. Should become apparent in a few moments from now. It's pulling up. It's moving. Here it is. The PKGIJ. Golf India Juliet. There's the mask. This airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in August 2015. Next up will be another 767 United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago, and after that the first CRJ of the show, SAS. United Airlines flight 908 going to Chicago. November 658 Uniform Alpha. Another airplane from the early 19s. This is going to be an airplane. Here it is. Its first flight was in February 1993. 32 years old already. I was still firmly in elementary school back in 1993. What were you guys doing back then?
Well, with me, you already know it.
Any pre-2012 questions?
Nice Contrail in the background. And Frank also back in the chat. Good morning. Good morning, Frank. Hope you're giving us good news. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined. If you joined us later and you missed the first 2.5 minutes of the show, watch that back in replay. Highly recommended that you guys do. 2 back-to-back 747s departing with wing fluff and engine inlet condensation. A sight to behold. Caleb Cargo being preceded by, what was it again? The yellow and red. It's at the tip of my tongue.
Yellow and red?
Yellow and red. That's 747 this morning.
DHL?
No, not DHL.
Martin Air?
No.
No, this is mine.
Chinese.
Suparna.
Suparna.
Yes.
It needs to come to Amsterdam more frequently.
Now the thing is that the name sounds more Indian-like.
Yeah.
And I also have somehow a reference to that it's being Indian. And at some point...
It is Chinese actually. Yeah, it is Chinese actually. It doesn't sound very classically Chinese.
No, not at all.
Nice picture, nice.
But
Nice. First CRJ of the show, SAS flight 558 to Stockholm. Diverging departures have resumed again as expected. This is the Red Wine Express to Bordeaux. In the meantime, over there we have a KLM A321 Neo, KLM flight 1007. Now, sadly, there's an ITA going to Milan, but the timing is very unfortunate. Because it's going to the wrong runway. We have a 777-300 to Lima in Peru coming this way. Now entering from the left. And the KLM 737 that we saw moving, I think is going to Bergen, but it's a bit busy. There are 2 737s over there, one to Lyon and one to Bergen. You guys are leaving again?
Yes, he needs to clean up his room.
Needs to clean up the room. Well, in that case, if you're done, I also have some rooms that need cleaning up. If you're up to it.
This is already a 3-month project.
A 3-month project. Wow. Do you guys live that large?
Yeah.
It's sunny, man. It's sunny. It's November. You guys need to you need to be out on a day like today, not be inside and clean your room. That's for when it's going to rain again, which inevitably is going to happen sometime soon.
My mom is watching, so she can see that I'm still trying to make a deadline. No.
Well, good on you then.
No.
I think today is going to be a good sunset day.
Yes.
I think so too. I think if you go to the beach tonight,
Yesterday?
you'll have a lovely sunset.
Yesterday in Veluwe was beautiful.
Yeah. All right. Good luck with the show.
Hey, thank you so much, guys.
See you soon.
Was a pleasure to have you again. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. See you soon. Doei. Doei. All right. Police helicopter returning to base, I think. Where did I see it? There did I see it. Where's that a lifeliner? Yeah, it's a lifeliner. Medical ambulance. All right. KLM Flight 1007 to London Heathrow up next. A321neo. In the background, the widebody to Lima. Mizam has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Enjoy dinner and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Should be out tomorrow for another live stream, so hope to see you then, Mizam. We're still not done with today's stream though, mind you. Still plenty of action here. BizJet having taken off from runway 22 in a moment ago. And Jeff also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Jeff asks what he missed. Well, rewind and go back to the first 2.5 minutes of the show. Highly recommended that you do. 2 back-to-back 747s taking off with a lot of wing fluff and inlet condensation. Well worth the look. Suparna Airlines and KLM Cargo. Martin also back. Good to see you again. And Sardi just now gifting a membership to Kaz or Karen. Karen Fox, the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Kaz. And enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Don't forget to say thank you to Sardi for the gifted membership. Sardi, thank you so much for your generosity. I hear GE90s being started. And they are from this airplane, I think. Or are they from the Qatar, which is going to go to Doha? There's a Qatar going to Doha alive on the platform on Flight Radar. But here we also have a 777 that should be going to Shanghai in China. It's probably its engines that we are hearing. I'm thinking the Qatar will be leaving via 18 left, but the Chinese will be leaving via this runway. Now, also leaving via this runway, a big behemoth, KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru. Hope you guys are having fun. I certainly am still having a great time here. Hope you guys are too. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help to bring in more people who haven't heard of the channel yet. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, polls and other stuff like that. We are going to see a few airplanes. Air Canada is coming this way. A lot of airplanes are going to the wrong runway right now. I think that the Chinese triple will be coming to runway 24. Start to Doha, almost certainly will be leaving via the wrong runway. Mrs. Professor has to go, it's late for her, it's bedtime for her. Thank you so much for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep tight, hopefully see you again in the next one. Quite a few coots at the other side of the canal. In the grass. ITA going via the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
ITA Airways flight 121 to Milan. Looking at what might be the next airplane for departure from runway 24, I'm thinking it might actually turn out to be the Air Canada Dreamliner. No, A330 that is coming this way. A lot of heat wave distortion, particularly for the time of year. It's not exactly cold here. Don't think we've had a look on the visualization of the meter yet. The meter in the ticker is updated automatically, and that has made me a bit lazy with updating the meter visually, but let's indulge for a moment and have a look. So almost no wind to begin with, 2 knots of wind, scattered clouds. We have scattered clouds at 3,100 feet. Good visibility, no ceiling. 14 degrees C, that's almost 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That is pretty warm for the time of year here in the Netherlands. Big picture overview. This is what the north currently is looking like. This is what the west is looking like. The south, where the sun is now at, should be around the highest point of the day. I think it's maybe 20 degrees or something above the horizon. Websites like timeanddate.com will tell you exactly. Just looking to the east. Departure from runway 18 left. Looking like a special livery of sorts. Oh, that's the Atletico Bilbao. Which, if you zoom out a little bit, looks like a miniature condor with the stripes. Air Canada has arrived on the scene, and I think it will become the next airplane to take off from runway 24. Start to Doha will appear pretty soon from the right on its way to the wrong runway. Delta Airlines Flight 730 to New York JFK is also alive. Delta Airlines Flight 730 to New York JFK. I thought that the 73 was to Atlanta. What's up with that? Cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM Embraer 175 to Dublin. Qatar should become visible pretty soon. Air Canada is in the way a little. I'll drink to that. Meanwhile, the Embraer 175 is on the move, at least according to Flight Radar. Should become visible pretty soon. KLM Flight 1139. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray X-Ray, there it is. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Big fat Contrail over there. That's a quad-engined airplane that we missed out on. Going to the southwest or so. I think that's the second ETA now taking to the sky over there. Having taken off from the wrong runway. Interestingly, not being illuminated by the sun seemingly. While over here we are actually standing in unadulterated sunshine. Air Canada is on the move, and there it is. Air Canada A330-300, flight 809 to Toronto. "16-year-old airplane, first flight February 2009. Goedemorgen, Visual Studios, or good afternoon. Peter K also back in the chat, good to see you. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at runway 24, the Kaagbaan. Primary runway for departures. Right now, one of two runways open for departures. 18 left is also open, and that means diverging departures. For those of you joining us later, have a look back at the first 2.5 minutes of the show later, because it is absolutely worthwhile. 2 back-to-back 747s is what we started today's stream with. Suparna Airlines and KLM Cargo back-to-back within 2.5 minutes of one another. Next up, a TUI flight to Persenchester, 737-800. What is interesting is that it doesn't have a flight number, it just has a call sign 98 Papa. So I'm not sure, is this a regular passenger flight or might this be a relocation flight? I'm thinking it might be the latter. This is what things look like when you zoom out completely. The Chinese triple of which we heard the engine start, is over there and looks to be on the move already. The Bravo 223 Tango. And that other 777 from Qatar to Doha. Over there. No, Air China Cargo. Now on the move. Thought it was moving already, but it wasn't. Now it is on the move. The Bravo 223 Tango. The airplane a year old. First flight May 2024. It's going to Shanghai in China. Ah, shoot. Missed out on a contrail that passed by right near my zenith. If you guys see stuff like that on Flight Radar, be sure to give me a heads up. That would have flown right in the zenith over here. We should have been able to see quite a few details on it. I'm wondering, oh no, that's... Thought for a moment, is that a predator bird? Is that maybe Fidel Kestrel? But it doesn't look like it. Delta Airlines to New York, just fucking kidding. Flight 73, I thought flight number 73 was for, oh wait, no. That is Delta. I thought for a moment, is it KLM? But no, it's Delta, flight 74. That's Atlanta, Georgia. 73 is too, isn't it? Not exactly sure why this is going to New York then. The November 828 November Whiskey. 9-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. Going to New York, interestingly. Hadi Roy, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. Right, Delta Airlines flight 73 to New York. JFK is on the move. A330-300, the November 828 November Whiskey. 9 years old, first flight May 2016. Lovely weather here. Almost no clouds where the sun is at in my sky over here. What's that? Ah, that's the Chinese triple. I was double checking, is that an arrival or a departure? But that's still the departing triple, the Chinese triple to Shanghai in China. Another Delta A330 on the premises over there. On the left, Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Gerrit has to go. That's unfortunate. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Ilya, good morning. Welcome to the show, mate. Next departure will be EasyJet flight 3442 to Liverpool. That's an A320. For a moment I thought maybe there was a bird on the fence work, but there doesn't seem to be any. A320 to Liverpool, here we go. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. I am certainly having great fun here at the Kaagbaan. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you have done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help this channel grow and get in a wider audience. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams and other announcements. Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is now slowly but surely turning on to the runway. It's 12:20, and that means we still have diverging departures with runway 18 left also open, and all traffic to the east will be leaving via that runway. If you guys join us later, then definitely have a look back at the first 2.5 minutes of the show, because those feature two back-to-back 747 departures with a lot of condensation, wing fluff. It was a thing of beauty. Suparna Airlines and KLM Cargo back-to-back, the first two airplanes of the stream today. Delta Airlines Flight 163 is now lined up. Should be coming here any moment now. Delta Airlines is an A330 November 814 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight December 2006. I can also see that a TUI Dreamliner to Curaçao has been pushed back on the platform and should also be coming this way pretty soon. Ah, lovely to hear that the sun has also arrived in England, or at least parts of England. Martin reporting sunshine, as is Paul. There's a triplet of Contrails coming this way. Where did I see one? But the other one is a bit closer by already. Haha. Transavia in the background. Pegasus having taken off from 18 left. That was Phil or Raoul Kestrel over there hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Although able to hover perfectly still, now constantly on the move, looking for the most optimal spot to be hunting for Pinky and the Brain. This is Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. And not a single bit of wing fluff or inlet condensation on this one. Quite remarkable to see how on some airplanes there's all sorts of wing fluff and on others there is none. Current status quo, Lots of sunshine over here right now. Almost feeling like a summery day here. It's not cold by any means. I'm standing here with bare hands. It's almost 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 14 C, nearly 60 F. Quite warm for the time of year. Hey, check it out. Alvin also in the chat. What up, mate? Mate, have a look at the first 2.5 minutes of the show if you didn't already. 2 back-to-back 747s taking off under high humidity conditions. Caleb at 1033, the person Chester is lined up and should be coming this way. There it is. And Bravo 175. Overhead traffic just passed me by. Twin jet. The twin jet that passed me by. Is there more underway? Looking around. Not immediately. There are a few airplanes producing a Contrail a bit further away already. They're all moving away, unfortunately. Looks to be a Dreamliner from what I can see, judging the wing shape. We have Air Icaruses flying very close to the sun. Next airplane to leave via runway 24 is going to be KLM flight 927, which is going to leave for Scotland to Edinburgh, to be precise. Not too far behind it is TUI flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's a 7878 Dreamliner. Dennis, goedemiddag. Richard, goedemiddag. XDV, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan Runway 24. We started the day with nebulosity, though not fog like yesterday. Things have opened up again like they did yesterday. Barring a few high cirrus clouds, it is almost completely sunny here. Lovely weather, nice and warm. There's the TUI Dreamliner, and here is the A321. Mr. and Mrs. A, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else. So if you guys join us later, have a look at the first 2.5 minutes of the show. 2 back-to-back 747s taking off here. It was a thing of beauty. Cathay Pacific Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong has been pushed back. That's going to runway 18 left, isn't it? It almost certainly has to go there, since it'll be another half hour before one runway will be open for outbound traffic. From 1 till 2 the power hour, with everything outbound leaving via this runway. Still have to wait for it. It's not happening yet. TUI Dreamliner to Willemstad Curaçao is on runway 24 right now, according to flight radar. We cannot see it yet, but it should become visible pretty soon. TUI flight 367 to Willemstad Curaçao, the Papa Hotel, Tango Foxtrot Lima, 10 years old, first flight November 2014. And there it is. The goods seem to be bickering between one another. Iberia to Madrid is... no, that's not coming this way. The Embraer 175 to Stavanger is. That's already lined up. Iberia will make a left-hand turn and taxi further to runway 18 left. From that direction, though, Delta Airlines Flight 149 is coming this way. Destination New York, JFK. So too is a 777-200 to Austin and Texas. So those are coming this way. KLM Flight 1177 to Stavanger is lined up on runway 24. Should become visible pretty soon. It's an Embraer 175. There it is. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Romeo, 8 years old, first flight October 2017. Alan is tuning in from Argentina. Good morning, mate. Welcome to the show. Welcome to all others who may have joined in the meantime. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other announcements. Delta Airlines is over there, flight 49 to New York. The 777 to Austin is also coming this way. Has already arrived on the scene. Adi says that Cathay Pacific is coming to the Kaagbaan. Is that so? That's interesting. That's interesting because it is 12:34 on my clock. So I'm thinking, normally speaking, it should go to the other runway. Are they closing 18 left prematurely? This is KLM flight 667, which will be leaving for Austin, Texas pretty soon. Following Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York JFK, the A330neo, already on the runway, should be coming this way in a few moments. Hey, first flight, good morning. Welcome to the show. We're awaiting Delta Airlines flight 49, which is an A330neo, the November 435 Delta X-ray. Brand new airplane, first flight made this year, 2025. Right. Conflicting info. Jesse Flyer says that the A350 is coming this way. Paul says that CDM says that Cathay is going to 18 left, which is also what I thought would be the most logical. So which one is it? Rodney also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Olaf also back in the chat. Good afternoon, mate. For those of you joining us later, when there's a moment of calm, have a look at the first 2.5 minutes of the show. Highly recommended. 2 back-to-back 747 departures here from the Kaagbaan with high humidity. In other words, plenty of wing fluff and engine inlet condensation as well. Turkish flight 1952 on its way to Istanbul, Turkey. KLM flight 667 to Austin should be coming this way. 777-200. The PHBQO Bravo Quebec Oscar, 18 years old. First flight January 2007. Cathay Pacific to 18 left. Seems logical, given the time. Alvin says pretty spectacular. I hope they make it into their own video. Well, I'm not sure that that is worthwhile making a separate video out of it, because whenever it's not a go around, I hardly get any views with videos like that, so it doesn't seem to be worthwhile. Special liveries, I'm not going to make separate videos out of anymore. It's just not interesting. And Okay, Emirates Flight 147 is doing weird stuff on flight radar. It should be visible. It should be visible already. I guess I am growing old now since I'm not seeing the A380, which according to flight radar should be in the background. Well, you guys shouldn't rely on what you see on flight radar to predict or try to predict where you think that airplanes are going to. You need to see it on CDM, and that too is not 100% foolproof, but it is 90%, if not 95% of the time right. Yep, I'm seeing the same alert. The A380 taking the scenic route. I am looking up and around me to see if there are any contrails in the immediate vicinity, but unfortunately there aren't. I do see for the first time some lower clouds coming this way, or at least seemingly coming this way. This is west of me. I think they might be drifting in. Majority of the sky is still open here, although at the horizon, as you can see, it is still cloudy, but that is looking land inward, more or less. Hey, banana to Madrid. Which runway will that be taking off from? Is that going to runway 24 or 18 left? I'm afraid 18 left, but it might be a lucky break for us. It's looking like the A350 1000 to Hong Kong is now lined up first to go from runway 18 left. So let's have a look at it. That should become apparent in a few moments from now. Oh, and that is the DTM special livery, which I happened to see taking off as I was walking up here this morning. So that already went to its destination and back again. Right, flight radar says that the A350 now is on the move, so look for a fast moving tail from the left. The tail should probably, yeah, there it is. The tail should be visible. Cathay Pacific flight 270 going to Hong Kong. A350 1000. Now the big question, where will it become apparent? Well, as I was ushering the question, it already got answered. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined, or I say good morning, but here it has gotten afternoon by now. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at runway 24, the Kaagbaan, where this morning in the first 2.5 minutes of the show, two 747s took off with a lot of wing fluff and moisture condensation. If you missed that, well worth the watch. In the meantime, over here, diverging departures, with departures to the west, taking runway 24, departures to the east, taking runway 18 left. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. I certainly am still having fun. It's great weather here and there's lots of things to see. If you are enjoying yourselves, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. And be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live stream announcements and other forms of announcements. A couple of wide bodies alive on the platform. Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando. KLM Flight 635. KLM Flight 611. All wide bodies going to the Americas and which are going to leave via this runway. First up, KLM Flight 1285 going to Aalborg. Is that the DTM special livery? Yep, going out again. Maria has to go. She is going to bed. It's bedtime for her. Thank you for joining, Maria. Sleep tight and see you hopefully again tomorrow. I think I've had a good look on the left side of this livery yet. It does look to be different from the right. Right consisting of 3 Porsches. I wasn't really able to see what the right side consists of. Let's have a look on the at the pictures on Flight Radar. Pictures on Flight Radar also are only of the right hand side. That's interesting. Mystery side. It's like the other side of the moon. It hasn't been photographed yet. Right, time for another stint of wide bodies. KLM Flight 611 is lined up and you can see KLM Flight 635 in the background already. KLM Flight 611 to Chicago and 635 that we can see in the background will be going to Las Vegas. The airplane to Las Vegas is moving in, so that means that the airplane to Chicago is moving out. There it is, KLM Flight 611, 7879 Dreamliner to Chicago. Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, November, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. The DHL A300. Will it still be going to 18 left or will it already be taking off from runway 24 shortly? Few friendly clouds looking to the south. You can also see them at the horizon. For the rest, things here are pretty open. It's almost 15 degrees, or has it become 15 degrees already? The METAR says 14 degrees still, so that's a tad under 60 F. For almost mid-November, that is extremely warm. Very calendar unconformed weather. Savor the moment. Before you'll know it, it'll be back to back rainy days. Can hear the engines pull up. KLM Flight 635 is on the move. Coming this way, going to Las Vegas, 777-200 Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec, Mike, 19 years old, first flight March 2006. Iceland there in the background. Going to Reykjavik in Iceland, MAX 8 737. Humidity is still relatively high, as you can see by the condensation. there the wing fluff also still visible. Lovely, lovely shots. Banana will be going to 18 left. That is unfortunate. Not surprising. The Coots have even ventured onto land over here where I am standing on the same peninsula, if you will, or dike. Not sure exactly what to call this. I think probably a dike is best since we are between two bodies of water. There's also a small canal over there. So I think this would constitute as a dike, but I'm also a layman when it comes to waterworks, so this is not the appropriate term. Apologies. Yep, indeed, going to the runway. DHL A300. And in the meantime, Iceland Air Flight 507 to Reykjavik in Iceland. Coming this way. It is 9 minutes to 1. That means that in 9 minutes from now, an inbound rush hour is going to commence. The result of that is that only one runway will be used for outbound traffic. That runway is going to be this one. Means that everything going out will be leaving via runway 24. Unfortunately, that means that we will be missing out on the DHL A300 still, but hey, Gary in Amsterdam also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Lurking all the while. In that case, I hope you probably heard me say a few times before already that you should definitely watch the first 2.5 minutes of today's show in replay if you want to see two back-to-back 747s. And what's this? Emirates Sky Cargo. Emirates Sky Cargo has arrived on the scene here. Needs to cross the runway still to be going to the parking spots for the cargo apron. Will it cross the runway already? Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando is lined up already. Oh, huh? Is it being tugged? Oh no. For a moment I thought it was, but it's not the case. It's looking like it's going to cross the runway right away. Emirates Sky Cargo. Now that Emirates has gotten out of the way, the runway is all for Delta. Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando in Florida should be the next departure here on runway 24. A330-300, the November 805 November Whiskey, 22 years old, first flight October 2003. All this talk of whiskey makes me thirsty for the whiskey. Then again, I could also go for pizza or fries or something else. Hungry and thirsty. That's what you get when standing in the sunshine. It's interesting how on some airplanes you see wing fluff and engine inlet condensation, on others you don't. You don't see anything at all. Here, moderately visible condensation. Next up will be a KLM Dreamliner to Calgary. KLM flight 677, that's a 78710. Now I'm wondering, it's now 5-1, how many more airplanes, well, are leaving from the runway? Answer, quite a few still. I'm counting at least 3, 4, including the one that just took off. Two at the threshold, the first being the DHL Banana, one in Cheaters Lane. Things over here are also starting to get a bit more busy. The Dreamliner to Calgary on the move already according to flight radar, KLM flight 677. We can see the wing. And the rest now also becoming apparent. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Kilo, the BKK. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. Ah, is there also an Aegean still going to leave via 18 left? Oh yeah, that's that's the airplane behind the DHL. That makes sense. All right, DHL A300 600 to Madrid, lined up at the threshold of 18 left. Not visible here, but visible on flight radar. With the previous airplane taking Cheaters Lane, now airborne. It should be the next, and I think flight radar tells me it's already rolling. So let's have a quick look at it. The DHL A300 600. Oh, and a flock of birds over there as well. Have a look at that. Hard to estimate, of course, where it is in relation to the runways. Definitely a murmuration of birds somewhere over there in that area. And here's the DHL A300 600. Going to Madrid via the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
And this is Dasmo. Dat Alpha Zulu Mike Oscar. 19 years old, relatively young. First flight July 2006. Illuminated by the sun beautifully. Have we seen any Delta A350s? I don't think we have we? Delta Airlines Flight 135, also an A330neo. It's been A330 300s and neos exclusively that we've seen in today's show thus far. Not a single A350, which is odd. Normally speaking, they're much more abundantly present. Next up, KLM flight 1295 to Billund. Embraer 175. Aegean has also left, and that means that runway 24 now has become the only runway for inbound traffic for another hour. So until approximately 2 o'clock, everything outbound should be leaving via this runway, whether it is to the west, to the east, whether it is big or small. There's KLM flight 1295 to Billund already. Next airplane has begun moving already. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. KLM flight 957 to Newcastle, Embraer 190. Bit more low-level clouds right now here in the vicinity. Looking straight to the south, things are still more open. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east, more land inward. Now, I think TPV makes a good point. Traffic is down from America due to government shutdown bullshit. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. That one cloud really interfering a little with visibility, at least for the narrow bodies that are climbing much more aggressively than the wide bodies are, on average. Howdy Mark, goedemiddag, and good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined us later. Welcome to the show, you're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy, we're here at runway 24, the Kaagbaan, which now has become the only runway for outbound traffic for the next hour from 1 till 2 o'clock. If you join us later, you probably missed two back-to-back departures of 747 freighters. The first 2.5 minutes of the show is where you can see that. Make sure to head over there, rewind, definitely worthwhile looking. Suparna Airways, no, Airlines, followed by KLM Cargo. This morning we began with haziness and high humidity. Well, humidity is still relatively high, but the wing fluff and condensation earlier in the show this morning, when those two 747s took off, was of a whole different magnitude than what you're currently still seeing. Ricardo is going. See you later, Ricardo. Thanks for joining. Hansworst also has to go. Hit the shower. Clean, clean, clean. See you later then, Hansworst. Right. Quite a few airplanes are on their way to this runway. American Airlines 203, Delta Airlines flight 135. First up, Air France flight 1501 to Paris. Bombardier C Series 300. Absolutely lovely machines. You can see they started live as Bombardiers. They look like oversized biz jets, very sleek. There is a Contrail over there, which is turning a little. Turning a corner, is going, arriving from the southeast and is turning more to the west. Hard to see what it is, but you don't see those contrails making a turn that regularly. They usually fly in straight lines. This is KLM flight 1755 to Hamburg, Embraer 190. The sun now temporarily obscured by a bit of cloudiness. It's not very cloudy, but it's right in the right place to block our sunshine. Luckily over there, where the threshold is at, the sun is still shining and the airplanes are illuminated beautifully still. Air Arabia Morocco to Tangier is up next. Tangier is in Morocco in the north of KLM flight 765 is what we're looking at. That's an A330 to Aruba. So KLM flight 765 to Aruba. Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit. Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit too. Looks like those two Deltas will be departing back to back. That's interesting. Two Deltas to Detroit, leaving from Amsterdam back to back. I'm assuming one of the two is significantly delayed then. American Airlines flight 203 also alive on the platform. Doesn't seem to be moving yet. Does seem to have been pushed back already. Then again, we are starting to get a queue here, so indeed, they can fly in formation, Paul. I wonder if they'll be assigned to the same North Atlantic track, or will they be flying next to one another, or above and below one another. Right now, looking up and around me, I'm not seeing any contrails. I do think I am hearing something. It's probably right behind the low clouds, interfering with visibility a little. KLM Flight 765 next to Aruba. That's an A330-200. The PH AOD Fuad. And Fuad is 19 years old already. First flight was in April 2006. Double Deltas after that. 2 Delta Airlines A330s. One A300, the other a Neo. Both going to Detroit. Flight 133 and 135. Is one of the two severely delayed, because normally speaking you wouldn't see these two simultaneously at the same airport, would you? Widebody exodus has begun once again. Next up, Delta Airlines to Detroit, Michigan. After that, also Delta Airlines to Detroit, Michigan. Flight 133 is lined up right now. That's an A330-300. The November 809 November Whiskey. 20 years old, first flight March 2005. Which of the two flights is delayed? Let's see. This was supposed to leave... Does it say it anywhere? Scheduled for 1 p.m. So this one is on schedule. 135. Also scheduled for 1 p.m. So Flight Radar says that both... Okay. Paul says the first was scheduled for 10:10 a.m. according to Flight Radar. Okay, well, that makes sense. I'm not seeing that, but maybe... you looked that up somewhere else than where I was looking. I was just looking on the at the details that you see when you click on the label, which says scheduled departure 1 p.m. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's underway now. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 135. You'd never guess it, but it's also going to Detroit, Michigan. What? This is an A330neo though. November 406 Delta X-Ray, 5 years old. First flight April to 2020. I was about to say 2020. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia. Now lining up next to takeoff. How do the A330s compare with respect to inlet fluff? Well, comparable. Actually quite comparable. The sun almost clearing the cloud here, or at least the cloud is clearing the sun almost. Next up is going to be American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. The November 886 Bravo Romeo, which is 2 years old. First flight was in May 2023. Next after that we are going to see KLM Flight 1831 to Stuttgart, which is an Embraer 190. Wiggle, wiggle. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, also on live on Flight Radar. Another A330, an A330neo. It's astounding that on some days it's all A350s, and on a day like today it's all A330s thus far. Really interesting to see how that is varying from day to day. Next airplane arriving here, or departing here I should say more appropriately, is KLM Flight 1831 to Stuttgart. That's an Embraer 190. KLM Flight 775 to Sint Maarten, also alive on the platform, though not yet pushed back. I heard some loud noises from the left. Looking on Flight Radar, it seems that there's an Atlas Air that just landed here, arriving from Almaty. We should see that not too long from now. Meanwhile, the Embraer 190 to Stuttgart is moving. And there it is. High up in the sky already. Trying to see if I can spot some airplanes on the glide slope to runway center. For some reason it seems a bit tricky to see it from over here. Was also struggling to see traffic to the Polderbaan earlier. Not really the best day to be doing long distance spotting here. Iceland Air Flight 501 to Reykjavik, Iceland is lining up there. Max 8737. KLM Flight 775 to Sint Maarten has been pushed back, and I think it might be coming this way already. Same is happening with Delta Airlines Flight 75. That's on the move already, taxiing this way. The Atlas Air is about to cross the highway. That should also become apparent in a few moments from now. Hey, Marco, also back in the chat. Woke up just now? What time did you go to bed then, mate? Anyway, welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. Make sure that you watch the first 2.5 minutes, Marco. First 2.5 minutes of today's show feature two 747s taking off from the Kaagbaan here back to back under high humidity conditions, so a lot of fluff visible. Iceland Air on the move. The A330 to Sint Maarten, visible over there in the background. I'm looking a bit further to the left to see if I am able to spot the tail of the 747 already. Not yet. Should be in the vicinity, according to Flight Radar. Don't see it just yet. Oh wow. In the meantime, Atlas has arrived over here and is looking to cross the runway. The runway has been cleared and that makes room for KLM Flight 775 going to Sint Maarten. A330-300 Fuck F Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Foxtrot. Fuck F is going to fuck off. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight October 2014. Thank you, Jeff. Excellent choice of music. The A330 is moving. There it is. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 75, which will be leaving for Atlanta, Georgia. A330neo. So it's looking to become a stream with no A350s from Delta. It's surprising. This is going to be the Team USA A330 though, so at least we'll see that. Delta Airlines Flight 75. The November 411 Delta X-Ray. The plane that you see in the background is KLM Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf, that's number 190. And on the left you can see Vueling, fueling, wheeling, voiling, going to Barcelona. Okido. KLM Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf will be next. Vueling will be next after that. It's looking like KLM Flight 651 will be next after that. And I also spotted an airplane. Oh, Royal Jordanian. What's that doing there? Showing on flight radar, but I think it probably just arrived. And is not expected to leave anytime soon. It's also not looking like that is coming this way, but it was apparent here on flight radar on my flight radar because I have AMS outbound filtered. For some reason, it already has AMS to NA inputted. KLM Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf is lined up at the threshold and should be the next departure here. Embraer 190. There's also an Embraer 175 to Luxembourg, which I think might go through Cheater's Lane before the Widebody will. Vueling will also first have to take off. And then the A330. Oh, huh? Shamrock all of a sudden also popped up over there to Dublin. Usually what you see is that the narrow bodies get clearance to go first. They don't produce that big of a wake turbulence. In other words, less delay. German Airways, old livery. Meanwhile, K2, which we saw earlier, has been replaced and it is K4 now, the bird control over there. The next departure over there. Vueling Flight 8303 to Barcelona, that's an A320. Hey Alex, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. And welcome to everybody else who might have joined us in the meantime as well. If you join us later, and you missed the first 2.5 minutes of the show, it's worthwhile looking those back at a later stage, because during the first 2.5 minutes of today's show there were two 747s departing from this runway back to back with a lot of wing fluff. Hey Dirk, goedemiddag, fijn weekend. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 651 going to Washington. Or is it? Because the airplane is fake, so I'm not sure if this is actually happening or if this is maybe just make-believe. Fake is 12 years old. First flight was in January 2013. Or was it? Landing gears on A330s, tediously slow. And gorgeous, gorgeous wing fluff. Hey, and 40s as well. Wingtip 40s. Fantastic. Hey, Shadow Prepper also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Well, it's the power hour of departures where there's an inbound peak. In other words, parallel arrivals take place right now, and that means that only one runway is open for outbound traffic. It means more busyness at the Kaagbaan from now until approximately 2 o'clock. Shamrock, flight 605, leaving for Dublin in Ireland, is lined up and is the next departure. I'm counting 3 narrow bodies and then another wide body, a Dreamliner from TUI to Cancun, which has also arrived over here. What else is there? KLM Dreamliner to Toronto, also in the process of getting pushed back. The Shamrock is on the move. Aer Lingus, flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland. 20-year-old airplane. For a moment I thought it said 26. It's an A320 that began its career in January of the year 2005. A bit more busy over here with some people over here as well. Little dog as well. Have a look. What a cute little pupper. Being a good boy sitting there. Hey, the Bulldozer are also back in the chat. Good to see you. John Scott, good afternoon. Welcome to you all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boeing. We're here at Kaagbaan, runway 24. Right now the only runway for outbound traffic until approximately 1 o'clock. First 2.5 minutes of the show featured 2 back-to-back departures of 747s. If you haven't seen that, make sure you do. If you guys are enjoying, make sure to leave a like. It'll help to bring in more people. Or at least on paper it does. It should. If you want to help the channel grow, leaving a like is a free and easy way to do so. It's sunny. This morning we began with more nebulosity, but not outright fog like yesterday. Yesterday, couldn't see a thing at 8 o'clock. Luckily, it did improve. Today, we already began with decent visibility. It was a bit hazy, a bit nebulous, but nothing as bad as yesterday. But that's a local phenomenon. It was more densely fogged landingward further to the east and also further to the north. Interestingly, there's a runway inspection in progress. Cue the theme song of Knight Rider. I can hear it already in my mind's eye. Definitely need to get that for moments like these. Bird Control K4. Hoi.
Kijk je altijd op YouTube?
Is dat zo? Wat leuk. Hoe heet je? Davy. Hey Davy. Wat zei je? Davy.
Nee, Levi.
Levi. Oh, met een L.
Ja.
Ik dacht met een D. Levi. Kom je van ver?
Nee, niet echt.
Niet echt. Dus je komt ook wel vaak vliegtuigen kijken in het echt.
Ja.
Leuk. Heb je een favoriet vliegtuig?
Ja.
Welke?
Emirates.
De A380, die grote. Hij is vandaag alweer geland, hè? Hey, doei! That was Levi saying hi here. Who always watches the streams? Has to go again. Harry, goedemiddag. Harry asks where I'm standing. This is Runway 24, the Kaagbaan, where we're getting a traffic jam because this is now the only runway in use for outbound traffic, and unfortunately there is no departure taking place yet because the inspection isn't over yet. Although I am now struggling to find the bird control vehicle. In the meantime, over there we have a TUI Dreamliner. That's not the first departure, it's going to be the third by the looks of it. There are two more narrow bodies preceding it. But things are starting to move again. And that's because the runway is once again in use now. Embraer 175 to Luxembourg, KLM flight 1711. Next after that is going to be a 737-800 to Bucharest, KLM flight 1375. Right, KLM flight 1375 to Bucharest is next, a 737-800. The Dreamliner to Cancun is lining up. Behind it is the A330 to Vancouver, KLM flight 681. So after this 737 we are going to see two wide bodies taking off. And this is KLM to Bucharest. TUI flight 821 to Cancun, Mexico will be next. Over there, where there's also an A330 to Vancouver, Embraer 190 to Brussels, E2 Embraer to Alicante, JetBlue A321 to Boston. We have a 787-10 to Calgary coming. So slowly but surely, a few more wide bodies. Can already hear the engines. TUI flight 821 to Cancun in Mexico is coming this way. 7878 Dreamliner. The airplane is 10 years old already. The TP Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Juliet TFJ. So that's not one of the original 3. The original 3 Dreamliners from TUI were the PHTFK, the TFL and the TFM. The last letters of the registrations of those 3 read KLM. A tongue-in-cheek reference to reiterate that they were the first to take delivery of Dreamliners in the Netherlands and not KLM. KLM flight 681 to Vancouver is now lined up. It's an A330-200. JetBlue is in the lookalike ETA livery. Have a look. It's almost the same shade of blue, but not the metallic sheen. It's more high gloss, while ETA's is a more refined semi-gloss. Hey, what's that? That must be an airplane that's being towed. Yeah, because the A330 to Vancouver is on the runway. For a moment I thought, hey, is there an airplane landing? No, that can be it. Was it the A330 returning? But that also wasn't it. Anything left it could be then is an airplane being tugged. Senna says in Dutch that she thinks that lurking is a not very sympathetic word. It maybe doesn't sound sympathetic in Dutch, but it is a very, it has a very innocent meaning. Quad-engined airplane passing overhead. Cloud in the way, but once it clears the cloud, I think we ought to be able to see a bit more of it. Oh, and there's also miniature spiders all the time here. Everywhere around my camera, they are webbing. No, I think by the time that the quad-engined airplane will become apparent again, it will be too far away to see significant details in it, so let's just leave that for what it is. Alvin says that I didn't think anything sounded particularly sympathetic in Dutch. Yeah, probably it sounds very rough. Particularly if you hear us pronounce the G. Right. Robin was also indicating that there was an airplane at the Schiphol Oost runway. I'm not seeing that yet. Well, thank you, Luke Boeing Sim, who says great stream as always. Glad to hear you are enjoying. I hope everybody is. If you want to help the channel grow, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. JetBlue to Boston should be next, the A321neo in the look-alike ETA livery, which I think is a significant improvement over the normal JetBlue livery. Lance says, go on boys, say Scheveningen for us. Or scheve schaatsrijden. Anyway. Frank rightly rebuts, on the other hand, whoever invented Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Yeah. Still could be worse. Wales. We have an E2 Embraer coming this way and a KLM 787-10 next to Toronto. Let's see, Corendon in the background, Max 9 to Antoya, and over here lined up right now is KLM flight 691, which will be leaving for Toronto, 787-10, the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Golf, 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Let's see, Egypt Air on flight radar, but I don't think it is going anywhere anytime soon. Good fluffage on the wings today, particularly once the airplanes have passed us by. Now the clouds are hindering a little bit with our visibility, but before they hit the clouds, the fluffage that the wings display on average today has been terrific. Looking on flight radar to see what else is coming this way. It's looking like it's over and out with wide bodies for the time being. Looking on flight radar, all I can see are narrow bodies. I'm assuming that Egypt Air has just arrived and that what you're seeing is an anomaly with AMS to question mark. Of course, the question mark would be Cairo, because I think that's the only destination that they cater to from, or where they fly to Amsterdam from, I should say more appropriately. Corendon Max 9 737 on its way to Antalya. Now, are they winglets or sharklets? Oh boy, the discussions we've had about that in the past. Winglets or sharklets, that is the question. But all I'm seeing is narrow body, so I think I'm going to slowly but surely wrap up today's show. I think a lot of the viewers are already enjoying the outdoor weather here in the Netherlands, and rightly so. This is KLM flight 1505 to Madrid, 737-800. You can see the sun no longer as cheerful over here as before. Split scimitars. Well, there you go. The sun is hiding, at least where I'm standing. Over there you can see that the buildings of the airport itself are still illuminated by the sunshine. For how long remains to be seen though. A jet is now taking off, going to Istanbul in Turkey, an A321neo. I think I am slowly but surely going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't see any wide bodies in the immediate vicinity. Pretty soon 18 left is going to reopen. We'll have diverging departures again. Beautiful wing fluff. I should be out again tomorrow for another stream. Weather permitting. They were talking about maybe a few droplets, but from what I could see, those were forecast more for land inward than coastal regions. So I'm hoping tomorrow morning it should stay dry enough, long enough to do a stream at the normal time. Where I'm going to remains to be seen. I'm not sure yet about the wind. I think that the wind will be changing and will be a bit more easterly or so. We've been to the most interesting locations already. Kaagbaan today, yesterday Aalsmeerbaan 18 left, and Thursday the Polderbaan. We did arrivals on Thursday, and yesterday and today departures. So doing arrivals tomorrow seems to make sense. If the runway use will not change, it means Polderbaan. If it does change, it might mean coming back here. Might actually be the case if the wind is coming in from the east. Have a look at the custom emojis and you'll see Ryanair somewhere hidden in there. If you look closely, you'll see it's a bit of an Easter egg after Wolfgang yesterday suggested so. I will make Ryanair the last airplane for today's show. Means that this KLM flight 1573 to Porto in Portugal is the penultimate airplane of today's show, a 737-800. I had a wonderful time today and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did enjoy the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. Indeed, that's it. Bouncy airplane. Ryanair will be bouncing out. Last airplane of today's show. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Hopefully I will see you all in good health tomorrow. A massive big thank you for all the support, for the likes thus far, for all the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, and those who became a member themselves or renewed their membership. Thanks for the PayPal donations and the merch shop purchases that have happened in the meantime. And also a massive big thank you lastly once again to all the moderators who helped to keep this stream accessible and friendly to all. Ryanair, flight 421 to Dublin in Ireland, a 737-800. Bouncing out, and so too will I after this. Right? That was me signing off. Peace out. See you tomorrow. Take care.